Check 1, 2, 3. Streaming check 1, 2, 3. Internet 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. So I know we've got it here. Yep. Mm-hmm. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check 1. So that can't. You're able to get rid of that. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. Checking the internet. Check 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's just turn it down here a little bit. Check 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it is distorted a little bit. Bring it down. Check 1, 2. Low signal. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check it out. Checking 1, 2, 3. Internet check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't know why it is because it's clean here. Let's try this. Check 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay, I'll turn it down here then. Hang on a second. I'll just do it this way. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I just turned it down. I'm back to 12 o'clock on each one of them. Okay. And if you can go up or down on that one. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check 1. Yeah. My voice really that low? Thanks, sir.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitor's attention back in the bar, going to be just a few minutes. So this is going to be your first call for that Class A. Once again, we'll start with that percentage does in that youngest class. So this is all for Class A. You need to be heading to the holding area at this time. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to what is this, day four? Day four of our show, first day of our ABGA. We're starting our open show today, and as ours have an opening ceremony each day. What we're going to do first is we're going to have our invocation. Tom Redden is going to do our prayer for us.
Everybody please remove their hat or their head covering, please. Father God, we are so thankful for you and the sacrifice your son made to save us all. We're thankful, dear God, for this establishment and all the people here that are here to exhibit the wonderful animals that you've given us an opportunity to raise. Please give us a safe and enjoyable day, and may you also enjoy the process of what is going on down here. Thank you, dear God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. All right. Now for our pledge, we have Breton Bassford.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Redden. And now for our national anthem, we have Katie Deemer from Hawkeye, Iowa.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great. All right. Once again, we appreciate everybody that volunteered this morning and everybody in the crowd. What time is it? It's showtime. Thank you. Once again, if I have our exhibitors sitting back in the barn, we are ready to start. This will be your second and final call for that Class 1A. Second and final call for Class 1A. Our judges here, and we are ready to go. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to our day 4. This is day 1 of the ABGA show, our open show. Coming in arena now, we're having our percentage doe in their junior division. This is class 1A, should be 29 in the class. If I can have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, we're missing several here in this class 1A. Gates from Bonita, Oklahoma on both of hers. That's 1211 and 1212. Entries 1211, 1212. Also need Caden Merriman from Howlett, Oklahoma on NW1. We need Dakota Ballard from Roxton, Texas on entry 1667. We need Kira Rogers from Gilbert, Arizona on entry 2033. And we need Kurt and Cindy Rush from Wyoda, Iowa on entry number 3. Looks like it could be 39662. Once again, if we could have all of our exhibitors' attention, we started just a little bit late, and we want to make sure that we don't leave any. Again, if you are in this class 1A, very first class today, in those percentage does, make sure you're in the, we need you in the holding area in the arena at this time. Also, while we're working on this first class, just like to remind you that we are broadcasting live here, as we've done for the past couple of years, at Teen ABGA Show. If you like to have either mom or dad, grandma and grandpa, somebody, one of our breeders back home interested in watching you show here in the arena today, lots of people have been on the line already, but all you have to do is go on the web and go to Livestock Buyer, and it's broadcasting us again live, and the link is on their Facebook page, or you can go to the American Boer Goat Association, the ABGA YouTube page. So it's on both of those. So if you got friends back home and want to watch in and see what's happening, make sure and give them a call and tell them here's what you need to be doing to get to watch the broadcast live. And once again, that would be Livestock Buyers, or you can go to the ABGA website and go to their YouTube page. The exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused his time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we've learned in the last few days, give these competitors a round of applause as they exit the arena today. Thank you. Once again, if we have our exhibitor attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for Class 1B. Class 1B.
Attention in the barns. Attention. Make sure that you check the class break that are posted in the window at the office for your classes. In the junior drive, there are no 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12 classes. The classes are 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. All classes were broke by birth date. So you may have one that you think fell over into the 3 to 6 class or the 6 to 9 class. She may be in class 2 and you're thinking she's in class 3 and you will miss your class. Please check the class breaks posted in the window of the office. There are no 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12 classes. Thank you. Those of you that are in the arena, there are no 0 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, 9 to 12 classes. Make sure that you check the class breaks on the window, or if you have a question, come see me. Okay? You may have a doe that you think fell over into the 9 to 12 class, and she's actually in class 3 or class 1C. Okay? We have class 1A, which is in the ring. 1B is next, 1C, and 1D. This is only in effect for the junior drives of both all three, the percentages, the full-blood does, and the full-blood bucks. When we get to the full-blood does, we will have 7 classes of juniors. Okay, we have 4 classes this morning of percentage junior does. But we have 7 classes of junior full-blood does. And they're all broke by birth date. So check the window or come ask me to make sure.
Once again, if I have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for that Class 1B birth date deal is from 12 and 21 of 17 to 1 and 31 of 18. Once again, this will be your final call for Class 1B. ladies and gentlemen, before we hear our first set of reasons here on our first class, I'd like to introduce our judges to you at this time in no particular order. First, we have a young man who raises goats and cattle, works for Circle A Cattle Company. He hails from Ashland, Missouri. Would you give a warm welcome to Mr. Nick Hammett? Tip your hat, Nick, so everybody knows who you are. Thank you. Our next judge, he manages a cow herd for Griswold Cattle Company. He judged the National here in 2013 and Juniors in 2014. Hails from Stillwater, Oklahoma, Mr. Josh Taylor. Josh, tip your hat to the crowd. And finally, we have a young man that's no stranger, been here a couple of years ago and helping the superintendent raises beef cattle and goats. Been on the judging goats since 2007. He hails from Winder, Georgia. Would you welcome Mr. Rusty Lee?
Well, good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here. I can't tell you how excited all three of us are with the fact that we get to judge such a superior set of goats over the next 3 days, and just the anticipation leading up to this point, I think, for me anyway, has just been a little overwhelming. It's such an honor to be asked to come and evaluate goats at the national show, and I think we've really started off with a superior class here this morning with a lot of good in them all the way down the line, and I think we felt a top end that came up here to the forefront of the class quite handily in our mind. I think the young lady's traditional doe really combines a lot of the quality aspects to her build and to her skeletal design that you're going to see us gravitate towards throughout this next couple of days. I think there's one that's as good at the ground as you can ask one to be. Really excellent in the way that her feet and legs are designed, how she's square out all four corners. She really gets out and travels with a lot of authority and a lot of integrity. And then along with that, has some balance, has some look, has some eye appeal, and then opens up and really an expressively patterned muscling to this doe. Really opens up wide underneath and got a lot of shape to that center part of her rib as well. I just think just an excellent individual to come out and be on top of this first class of these percentage does. Excuse me. And then we come into a pair of does here in 2 and 3 that we thought was a pretty close placing. We chose to go with this young man, solid black doe here in the second spot. I think this one is a little better at the ground than the doe that stands behind her. You watch her travel. She's a little more comfortable in the way that she picks them up and puts them down, and she still maintains enough progressiveness in her muscle pattern down that top, especially out of her hip. And she's just a little more expressive and opened up in that lower 1/3 of her skeleton when we study her off of both ends, maybe. Than perhaps the doe behind her. You love the length, you love the balance, you love the look, maybe just not quite the overall smoothness to the way that she's designed, the way that she's patterned up and pieced together in relationship to that doe that wins the class, but an excellent, excellent individual there in her own right. I think the doe in the third spot is one on the profile. You certainly have to appreciate what this one brings to the table, that extra bit of length, and through that center carriage, you study her from her elbow back to flank. She's got just a nickel's more worth of length to her center part of her body than the does on either side of her. Maybe could handle those rear pasterns with a little more strength and integrity, tighten her up when she gets out on the move in that regard. But I think a doe that is excellent in the way that she's designed from a profile standpoint. Then the doe that comes into the fourth spot is one kind of a no-frills type of a female, kind of a working class doe, if you will. There's no big wow factor to this one, but I think, again, one that is structurally correct. You love the build. You love the angulation that she shows us out of her shoulder and knee and out of that hip and stifle and hock as well. Gets out and travels with enough authority. Maybe need to stouten her up in her muscling just to get her and to really rival what you see within the top trio of the class, and then give her some more time let her go through a couple more maturation cycles and see what this one will turn into on down the road. Really elegant, elegantly designed doe the young lady has that comes next. I like this one on the profile and appreciate what she brings. We need to drop her down into that center part of her body cavity, see a little more sweep to that underline, a little more maternal look, if you will, to that lower 1/3. Really, again, another one that's good on her feet and legs, and that's what gets her up into this top 5 spot for us, is just how good she is structurally all the way down to the ground, and then handles herself with enough shape and enough dimension up high as well. Just need to soften her up and add a little more shape in through that center. I think the next couple of does in the lineup are the does that were the outliers of the group. We've got a red doe that comes out next. She's one that's just a little more moderate and in her frame size. Just need to elongate her in those vertebral bones, maybe stretch her out of both ends of her spine to really see her match up with the does above her today. But we love the design. We love the look on this female as we get her out here and analyze her with the rest of the class. The big, broody, high-performing doe that comes out next is one you have to appreciate for what she brings to the table in terms of just sheer performance and pounds and weight per day of age. I maybe just like to tone her down in her frame size and see her match up a little truer in her maturity cycle with the rest of the class to ideally fit in just a little better. But I love the rib shape. Love the boldness to that center 1/3. I would like to stouten her up as we get right around behind her. In relationship to her frame size and performance, we'd like to see just a little more muscle shape as we step around behind this doe. I think a pair of females that come next are some does that certainly have some quality aspects to their build. You like the form, you like the function that you can see in these females. Elegant through their front end, tie in high in the way that their neck and shoulder junctions attached. Maybe need to correct them on their feet and legs, particularly the doe that comes out next. We'd like to set that knee back up underneath of her, give her a little more slack to that front end assembly, let her get out and travel with a little more ease, a little more comfortability. I think the doe that comes after her is certainly one that we could adjust in some of those transition segments and balance points as we watch her and analyze her with the rest of the class. And then the doe that rounds out the group is a doe that just doesn't have quite enough power and performance today to get up any higher, but still I think one that's got some functional aspects to her build as well. Great class of does. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations. Placing first here in our Class 1A is Nicole Hobby from Houston, California, on the Hobby Flying Wonder H1809. Just like to let you know also we'll have some special sponsors with the ribbons and banners and a lot of other of the regalia we have here on the table. We have individual sponsors. The sponsor here in this first class is Stuart Show Goats. Once again, we appreciate all our sponsors as they put together additional financial support to take care of all of our information today. In second place was Seth Goodwin from Lewisburg, West Virginia, on Goodwin Midnight's Outcast. In third place was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma, on 4L Boer Goats Elvira. In fourth place was Caden Merriman from Hallett, Oklahoma, on Shamrock's Okie Girl. In fifth place was Kiera Rogers from Gilbert, Arizona, on JKRR Girl Crush. In sixth place was Paul Millsworth from Eddyville, Iowa, on LDSG All Dolled Up. In seventh place was Sierra Baker from Rowlett, Texas, on WKB Walking K Cooper's Chick Key. In eighth place was Natalie Scholl from Anita, Iowa, on CJSF Wally's Limited Edition. In ninth place again was Natalie Scholl from Anita, Iowa, this time on CJSF Wally's Single Barrel. And in 10th place was Michael and Margina, sorry for that name again, Smith. This is on Jeeps R4 Girls. Once again, we'll do the best we can on pronouncing some of the names, and some of our records are cut off, so we may not get the full name of the doe on there, but we'll do the best we can with the information we have. So once again, coming in the arena now is our second class here in our percentage does. This is Class 1B, and those date of birth could be again from 12 and 21 and 17 to 1 and 31 of 18, should be 29 in the class.
Attention senior livestock judging contestants, if you have not given your reasons, you need to head to those offices and do that as soon as possible, please. Thank you.
Like to have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. We're missing 3 or 4 here in this second class. We need Caleb, Cambridge, Nebraska on entry 1486. We need Raylyn Butler from Bandera, Texas on entry 1512. We need Rachel Barron from Knox, Indiana on entry number 1596. So once again, we need Caleb Timbensel from Cambridge, Nebraska. We need Raylyn Butler from Bandera, Texas, and Rachel Barron from Knox, Indiana. We need those 3 individuals in the arena at this time.
While our judge is going through our does at this time, I'd like to remind you we'll have a couple announcements along the way. So this is for our ABGA members. Just to like to remind you that they have a meeting today at noon. The junior board has asked that we bring all of our ABGA members together. I've got a question they're going to talk about just a little bit about on the age change. Once again, they'll be meeting today at 12 o'clock. And they'll be meeting over here on the east end of the bleachers. So once again, if you've got some kids still here, kind of a big issue they're going to talk about, want everybody's opinion, getting input. So once again, please remind all of our junior members that that meeting is today at 12 o'clock over on the east end of the bleachers.
Once again, if we could have all of our ABGA members' attention just a second, just like to remind you once again that we do have for all of our junior members. They're going to be discussing the age change. Want to get just a little bit of input from all of our members and what you think about that. That meeting will be today at lunch. It will be on the bleachers here on the east end in the show arena. So once again, a ABGA board meeting will be today during lunch here in the show arena.
Exhibitors on the outside of the ring may be excused. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving a round of applause. We appreciate all of our exhibitors here. Once again, coming from all over the country, and as you can see, it's an extremely tough show. Once again, we appreciate everybody's support. Ladies and gentlemen, while our judges are putting our competitors through their paces out here in the show ring, I'd like to just remind you once again, we have several different sponsors here throughout the show. We're going to be recognizing all of those over here over the next 2 or 3 days. But once again, we're very pleased to have this year something new. For the first time, we had nearly all of our ribbons and banners, all those have sponsors from throughout the country that are supporting our ABGA. I'm going to read the list here for our percentage does of all of our sponsors that we have for those, and we'll do them individually as well. But that sponsor group, pretty lengthy here, but once again, I think we owe it to our sponsors for that recognition. So for our percentage doe show, the list and group of sponsors that we have Stewart Show Goats, we have Melton Farms, the Syndicate out of Missouri, the Lucky J Family Goats, the Southern Revival Farms. We have 4CK Boer Goats, that's Carl and Candid Ricketts. We have Lowe's Pellets and Grain, Kicking H Boars. We have the Bass Livestock Nutrition, Lowe's Pellets and Grain again, Eagle Talon Enterprises. We have the Dugat Livestock Texas, that's Brandon and Alyssa Dugat. We have Rebar Ranch, that's Travis Levings. We have the Umbarger Feed, Rose Creek Acres. Again, all those are sponsors just for the banners, the buckles, and all the ribbons here for the percentage show. Would you give that group of sponsors a round of applause? Thank you. Once again, we really appreciate it, and all the people that helped organize that and get those sponsors this year.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for Class 1C. That burden is from 9 and 18 of 17 to 12 and 17 of 17. So once this will be your first call for Class 1C. Once again, if I ever exhibit attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for Class 1C. Once again, the birth date on that is 9 and 18 of 17 to 12 and 7. Final call, Class 1C.
Also, while our judge is making a final decision, just like to remind you that we still have our silent auction going on. This is one of our fundraisers for the JABGA. If you'll notice down on the very east end of the show arena, there are some tables set up. There's several of the items that are there. All you have to do is go by and sign up, put your name down, and that will run through Thursday night, and we'll announce those winners then on Thursday night. But once again, just to let you know, there's got several good items, and we'll go through the whole list today. But just for example, we have a feed scale that's donated by Smith and Company. We have a Pennsylvania basket, that's Keystone Goat Producers. We have a Pampered Chef cake pan and some other things goes with that, and that's Lake Danke. Lake and Danke. We also have a handmade farm animal from Red Barn Farms. We have a JABGA cutting board basket from Weatherall Farms. Once again, lots of really, really neat items. We've got some judges that have donated their time to be for the silent auction. We have different breeding supplies, have some bling as well. So once again, get back there, take a look, and sign up. Once again, all of our money goes back to our kids with the JABGA.
All right, we've got a really good class of does out here in the ring to choose from, and in my mind, I want to call them the 3 to 6, but with the date changes and the way we're doing them, this we'll say the second class of does. We're going to start with a doe that I think all three of us really agreed on as a very complete made female. No matter which angle you look at her, she's very complete. She's got plenty of width through the chest floor. She carries that width all the way through the rear hocks. She's beautiful on profile. She's got a lot of breed character in the head and neck, a lot of femininity and a lot of stretch in that front third. I love the length of body. I love the depth on this doe. Even at this age, you already start to see some depth of body in that rear flank. Beautiful top line, just tons of muscle coming down that rear leg, just a nice made female. The doe in second is a doe that, you know, if you were just judging from just quick glance, this doe's not going to hold her own with this kind of class. She's a little smaller frame, probably a younger doe, maybe one of the younger does in the class. But man, this doe is incredible when you get your hands on her. She doesn't have quite the width of chest floor the doe that won the class did. Again, she's probably a little younger, a little smaller, but she has got one of the most impressive top lines and impressive width of loin of anything out there. Beautiful profile, beautiful head and neck on her, a lot of extension. I love the way she ties in for the shoulders and the top line. I love the amount of muscle she's got coming down that rear leg. Just a beautiful made female, just in a little smaller package than what won the class. The third doe is a doe that you really appreciate how she looks on profile, but a doe that gets out horsed just a little bit when you get your hands on her. She doesn't have quite the width and power through the loin that the two does ahead of her did. Doesn't have quite the muscle coming down the rear third as the does ahead of her. But man, you really appreciate the length of body she's got and how she's so well balanced and put together. Super level top line, long in her hip. Just didn't have quite the power to run any further up the line. The next doe here is a doe that is beautiful breed character, head and neck about her. I love that big thick bottom jaw, and I love the shape to that forehead and horn set. Really nice made female. We'd like to extend her out in length of body just a little bit. She kind of bundles up just a little bit. She's a little steeper in her hip compared to the does ahead of her. But again, you appreciate the balance and appreciate the depth of body on that doe. Is a really nice made female. The next doe here is a doe that we definitely very attractive made female. They've got her fitted to a T. She's got a lot of shape. She's got a lot of pretty about her. But when you get your hands on her, she didn't have quite the power that the does ahead of her did. She wasn't quite as correct on her front two legs and feet compared to the does ahead of her. So we couldn't really move her up any further. But man, she is a really attractive made female. The next doe here is a doe that, again, on profile, very nice made. I love that front third. I like how clean fronted she is. I love the breed character about her head and horn set. I like the way she ties in through the shoulders. Again, just a little shorter bodied, and another doe that just gets out horsed a little bit. She doesn't have quite the power coming down that rear leg as the does ahead of her. The next doe here is a doe that just didn't blend together quite as well for us. She was a little shorter bodied. I love the depth on this doe, and I like the muscle she's got coming down the rear leg in looks, but when you get your hands on her, she didn't have quite the feel that the does ahead of her did. The next doe is a doe that's kind of I guess say more of a broody looking doe. Didn't have quite the cleanness and stoutness that the does ahead of her did, but you got to appreciate how deep bodied she is from front to back. She just wasn't put together quite as well for us three judges today to be able to move up any further. This next doe, the kind of the dark Cape doe or the long Cape doe, is a doe that I love on profile. But when we watched her on the move and when we look at her standing here, a doe that just didn't have quite the width of chest floor through that brisket does the does ahead of her. On profile, she handles herself very well. We'd like to make her a little bit wider through that chest floor. This next doe is a doe that's similar to the one we just talked about. Real broody looking doe, very deep body. That's great. Just wasn't put together quite as well in our opinion. It didn't have quite the top line that the does ahead of her did, but a nice made female. Kind of the same for this next doe here, a doe that just wasn't put together quite as well. She was a little steeper hip, a little shorter hooks to pins. Didn't have quite the look and feel that some of the other does did. But overall, another excellent class of percentage does. Congratulations.
Once again, congratulations to all of our winners. In first place was Matthew Westfall from Cable, Ohio on NW8 Westfalls 45-55. In second place was Ron and Chris Dreyer from Guernsey, Iowa on GRI Honey Hollow Hold'em Aces. In third place was Avery Fisher from Wiley, Texas on WKB Walking K Wow ZR Palooza. In fourth place was Modessa Hoffer-Dye from Fort Collins, Colorado on MKHD Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. In fifth place was Tanner Danke from Idaville, Indiana on BOBG Starry Night. In sixth place was Caleb Tinbensel. I appreciate if somebody up here and tell me how to pronounce that. From Cambridge, Nebraska. This is on CTEN, Damsel in Distress. In 7th place was Jacob Weist from Middleburg, Pennsylvania, on JW19 Hot Hooves All Jacked Up. In 8th place was JJ Boer Goats out of Byers, Colorado. This is on JJ07 JJ Boer Goats Greta. In 9th place was Brooke Huff Gleason from Coldwater, Minnesota, or excuse me, that'd be Coldwater, Michigan, on CCF 42 Boom Chicka Pop. And in 10th place was Mike and Maureen Reese from Rio Vista, California, on the R4R Legally Blonde. And once again, just to let you know that in that particular class, that Melton Farms was a sponsor of the ribbons and all the other things that go with that. But once again, we appreciate all of our sponsors. But once again, your sponsor for the ribbons here in that class was Melton Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, now come in the arena is our Class 1C. There again, date of birth would be 9 and 8 of 17 to 12 and 17 of 17. Should be 24 in the class. While our judges are making decisions, I'd like to go back to our silent auction list. Once again, lots of good items there. I want to make sure you know what all is back there. We have a West Virginia basket that's brought to you by Susan and Frank Berner. We also have an Area 2J ABGA basket. That's Michaela Weatherall and Savannah Hughes. Have an Iowa wine basket from Honey Hollow Farm. We're going to take a time out here just a second.
Like to have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn. We're missing 2 in this Class 1C. We need Maverick Rowe from Shepherd, Montana on entry 1793, Rowe entry 1796. So Maverick Rowe, we need both those does in the show ring at this time.
All right, back to where we were. I think we were at the Iowa wine basket by Honey Hollow Farms. We have some bling, leads, and chains by Cassidy Creations. We have a handmade painting of a goat by Ray Cherry. We also have a Texas craft beers basket by the Dugat Livestock. Also have a Barnwood wall plaque with cross by Judy Watson and Shannon Avery. Have a logo design by Grace Day. So have a set of Andis clippers by Childers Show Goats. Once again, lots of neat items back there. So you get a chance, go back and I looked through those this morning, and I had my name on a couple of them, and looks like I've gotten outbid already. So be checking that on a regular basis because somebody's going to be up in that bid as we go. Once again, you'll have up until Thursday night at the banquet to put in that final bid. But once again, all the money we raise goes back for our JABGA members. Exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank these exhibitors as they exit the arena today. Once again, thank you.
Once again, if I can have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for Class D. Once again, the birth dates on that is from 16 to 8 and 28 of 17. Once again, this will be your first call for Class D. Date of birth between 6 and 4 of 17 and 8 and 28 of 17. First call, Class D. Once again, if I have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for Class D. Once again, the birth dates will be between 6 and 4 of 17 and 8 and 28 of 17. Once again, this will be your final call for Class D.
Robert.
While our judges are making final decision here, I'd just like to introduce a couple of people to you out here in the ring. This is our superintendents. First of all, we have Mr. Robert Washington. He's ag ed instructor from Gonzales FFA. He hails from Yoakum, Texas. Give Robert Washington a round of applause. Also have Jesse Cornelius. He's ag ed instructor. He hails from Nettleton, Mississippi. He and Robert are both on the board of directors. Let's give Jesse a round of applause. And then finally, our new guy here with us, this is Jesse Kimmel. He's an ag teacher from Avila, Indiana. He raises show pigs and goats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and give Jesse Kimmel a round of applause. Folks, I don't know of any three harder working guys in this barn than right out there. Let's give your superintendents a round of applause. They do a really, really good job.
All right, it's my first time on the mic this morning. Happy to be here. Appreciate getting the call and getting to come up and sort through some really good goats. It's a lot of fun when you're dealing with goats this good. doe we're going to use to win this class. I think she came in, she's super eye appealing. She catches your eye really quickly, fit it to a T. She's just really smooth in her design, long and feminine through that front end, combined with a nice, strong top line down her. She maintains that top line on the move. She's as sound structured as anything in the class. You get her on the move, she tracks out wide and square and true. You get your hands on her, there's more width to that loin edge than you imagine the word is looking at her. Just a doe that combines a lot of eye appeal with some power when you get your hands on her. Just a very complete doe to start out the class. Little red doe kept working her way kind of up through this class. And obviously, you can see tons of muscle, tons of shape, and tons of rib in her. You really appreciate her for that. Maybe gets a little rounder in terms of her hip shape, but a lot of that's just because she does have so much muscle. She wanted to fight the chain quite a bit when we were walking her on the chain, so we let her go. She does move out pretty nicely, really wide and square at the hocks. Maybe like to see her with a little more substance of bone, a little bigger foot underneath her, but she's just a doe with a ton of muscle, a ton of volume, and a ton of rib shape. The black doe, you really love the black doe, especially looking at her from the front end. She's wide, she's high and clean through that chest floor. She's long and extended through that front end. You get her on a profile, she's long and level down the top line. Maybe like to see a little more muscle shape through the center and lower portions of her leg. As she gets around the ring, that's where she winds up in third place. She gets pretty straight and stiff in those hocks, and especially on those rear pasterns. Just seem to see a little more ease and flex in the way she moves about the ring, but you sure appreciate her on the stand. The doe we wind up with here in fourth place, she worked her way up throughout the whole class. She wasn't even one we originally pulled, and we went back and pulled her, and she worked her way all the way up into the fourth hole just because there's not a major hole in her. She's sound structured. She moves around the ring fine. She's got some width. You get behind her, nice wide flat hip. Works up into a nice smooth shoulder, a nice feminine front end, just a nice sound structured functional doe that worked her way up from probably 12th place. I think she's one of them we pulled after we kicked out a couple of other does, so congratulations to that doe there. The doe we wind up with in fifth, I love her from a profile. I like that maternal wedge shape that she has. She's deeper in her flank than she is in her forerib. She's long-bodied, long and extended and feminine through that front end. She wants to drop that top line a little bit. She gets a little shorter out of her hip. Why she winds up fifth, given the way she looks from a profile, she just doesn't track out quite wide enough as she's walking away from you. Not quite enough width through that chest floor, just a little base narrow, but a beautiful profiling doe. Kind of the opposite on the doe behind her, just a big, broody, high-performance kind of doe. It's got a lot of muscle, a lot of width in her. Gets a little softer on those pasterns, just not quite as attractive on the move. Gets a little steeper out of that tail set as she gets on the move, but a doe with a lot of rib, a lot of muscle, a lot of volume. You appreciate her for that. The doe right behind her with a red tip on her tail. You like the smoothness of her pattern through that front end. You like that she's pretty trim in her condition. She drops behind those shoulders quite a bit. Wants to roach up that loin quite a bit and get a little straight in those hocks. At times, she doesn't want to set those hocks down with enough flex to them. The doe right behind her, the young man in the black shirt, a doe that's just as massive as anything as you'd want to see. Really wide-chested, big-footed, tons of rib, tons of muscle. Just doesn't present herself quite as nicely as the does up above her. Gets a little rounder in that shoulder, a little coarser in that neck. Wants to just stay tucked in about that head and neck. Just need to see her elongate herself a little bit, get a little more extension and elongation to her. But a doe that you really love the rib shape, the muscle shape in her. The doe behind her, kind of the opposite. You love the profile of her, really long and trim in her condition, really feminine appearing through that front end, level down that top line, just not quite enough width and power in her, just like to widen her out through that chest floor, see her track out wider as she moves away from you. And the does we wind up with next, just not quite as high caliber, not quite as complete as the does that we wound up with earlier in the class. The doe coming out next, tons of muscle, just not quite as elegant in terms of the way she presents herself, but you like her rib shape and her muscle. And the doe we wind up with next, you love the front 2/3 of her body, just doesn't quite have the muscle shape that you need in that center and lower portions of her leg to get up any higher today. Let's give them a hand for bringing out some great does today.
The results in our Class 1C: in first place was Bailey Bergherm from Terre Haute, Indiana, on BAB4 Bahama Mama. In second place was Buck and Natalie Pruitt from Aztec, New Mexico, on TR4 Red Crown Red Secret. In third place was Joe and Barbie Teal out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, on 2JW Batman's Black Diamond. In fourth place was Natalie Scholl from Anita, Iowa, on CJSF Snow Queen. In fifth place was Robert and Misty Gonzalez out of Fowler, Colorado, on MDG She's Too Hot. In sixth place was Jason and Catherine Klug out of North Zolch, Texas, on Sheep Shepherd Creek Martin HA. In seventh place was JJ Boer Goats out of Byers, Colorado, on JJ Boer Goats Effie. In eighth place, Dakota Ballard out of Roxton, Texas, on Cody's Cruel Line Queen. In ninth place was Neil and Melissa Love out of Lancaster, California, on LVM Lovin' Blinded by Beauty. And in 10th place was Jason and Catherine Klug, again out of North Zolch, Texas, this time on Sheep Shepherd Creek the Cake 1. Once again, our banner sponsor and ribbon sponsor for this Class C was the Syndicate out of Missouri. Once again, we appreciate them. Now in the arena is our final class here in the junior side of our percentage does. This is Class D. Those does from 6 and 14 of 17 to 8 and 28 of 17, should be 14 in the class.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, just like to remind you that we are on Class Junior Division. This is the final class in the Junior Division percentage does. Upon completion of that class, a little bit earlier, we'll be inviting back all of our first and second places in Class 1B and 1C then as we get ready to show for our overall grand in our percentage doe in the Junior Division. So once again, be aware that just here before too long, we'll be making that first call then. If you had a first or second place in Classes B or 1C for our final grand drive in our junior percentage does. Once again, if we can have all of our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, it's just kind of a matter of information. Once again, just like to remind you today at noon when we take a lunch break, there will be a meeting of our junior board of directors and members for a discussion about the age change. Been talking about this a little bit, but that meeting is not only open to juniors, but is also open to all of our adult members here with the ABGA as well. So they'd like input from both our youth and adults about that potential age change. So once again, that'll be over the lunch break here in the show arena over on the east end in the bleachers. So once again, whether you're a junior member or an adult, we'd please invite you to come and have input as we get ready to think about some of those changes in the age limits for our JABGA. But once again, that'll happen at lunchtime here in the show arena.
Once again, we kind of made that announcement out there, but I want to make an announcement here again, just to remind you once again, we take a lunch break today. We will be having a meeting with our JABGA members, and also adults are invited to that meeting. They're going to be discussing, they need input from you guys on the potential age change. That's something that will be coming up. So once again, if you're interested in that, that meeting will be over lunch. It'll be here in the show arena over on the other end here. So once again, this is open to junior members and adults. So adults, if you have some opinion about that, you'd like to express an interest, there'll be questions, hopefully get those answered. So once again, that meeting will be at 12 o'clock today here in the show arena up in the bleachers.
Once again, if we can have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we'll be wrapping up this Class D, the final class here in our percentage doe show in our junior division. For the first call here, we need, if you had a first or second place in Class 1A, 1B, or 1C, you need to be moving toward the holding area to show for that grand in the junior division of our percentage doe classes. Once again, this will be your first call for first and second place in Class 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Also, just like to make a kind of a quick announcement here. If it's not quite there yet, but if you'll notice behind the speaker stand here, announcer stand, we're getting a stack of boxes. All right, those boxes back there are the boxes that have the trophies in our different ones that you see up here in the front. So if you are fortunate enough today to win one of those major trophies, one of those big statues, the boxes for those are behind me here at the announcer stand. We'd ask that you please take that box. Good way to put it back up. It keeps it from getting broken. But once again, those boxes will be behind me. So throughout the next 3 days, if you would, if you win one of those big, nice trophies, please take that box with you. That'll help us on keeping it kind of clean back here as well. But once again, we will put those behind us so you'll have them.
Once again, if I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. Once again, we're just about ready to wrap up this final class here in the junior percentage does. Final call, if you had a first or second place in Class 1A, 1B, or 1C, you need to be in the holding area at this time.
Well, we get into this last class here in our junior division, and pretty competitive type of class out here. You got all these does out here, and we only have 13 in the class. We went ahead and excused 3, and we get down to these top 10. And I mean, there's not a clear-cut winner. There's a couple of does up here at the top end we thought were combination females that put a lot of good things together, albeit maybe packaged up just a little bit different. I think you study this more traditional colored doe with the splash of red down her shoulder, and she's one. You really admire that length of body from overall length of side aspect from nose to tail. This one is has that extra vertebrae's worth of length throughout. She's more extended off of both ends of her spine. She handles her feet and legs quite well. I think the one thing we would pick on the young man and the doe is when we set this one in motion, he's wanting to hold back on her. I think when these goats want to get out and walk, let's let them travel. Let's not hold them back and try to slow them down. If they want to go, let's get them to go, because we need to see that flexibility. We need to see that ease of movement and fluidness to how they work that skeleton off of both ends. But I think there's a doe that's good all the way to the ground. She's opened up nicely through that chest floor. She's got some extension and some feminine look out of that front end, and then has some power and shape and dimension down her top, out of her hip, transitions it down in through that stifle in a more of a complete manner than maybe some of the does behind her. We love the red doe for what she offers you from a frame size. You look at the moderation, you look at the build, you look at the openness through that center 1/3, how much natural spring of rib she shows us. Maybe not quite the extreme in terms of length out of that front 1/3 or out of that hip as well. Maybe could see just a little more elongation to those vertical bones to really add some extra size and overall scale to her outline to maybe match up with the does on either side of her, but so expressive down her top at the loin edge. You study her back out of the back side of her body cavity. She opens up square at the top of her pelvis, really transmits a lot of muscle shape through that twist, through that stifle and lower leg, and then got an excellent set of running gear on when you watch her out on the move. You really can't help but just kind of get her up here into this top 2 spots from that fault-free and completeness aspect of the way that she's designed. I think the lemon-headed doe really complements maybe our class winner more so than what we see in the red doe. She just gets a little overpowered. You talk about shape, you talk about delineation and separation of muscling. This one just needs more of it. You step around to either end of this doe, you could crack her open more so at the bottom of her chest floor, see her transmit some more base width and progressively get wider as we work our way back through the rear 2, particularly from stifle to stifle. We could deepen her into that twist, just see more natural shape and dimension throughout. Love the profile, love the balance, and love the symmetrical design of this one from nose to tail and from top to bottom. A pair of dapple does that are pretty unique, not only in the color that they bring to us today, but I think in the way that they're designed. Much like the red doe we saw in the second spot, we like the moderation. Because of the moderation, you can see everything fit together in such a smooth and well-balanced package. It's truly really a thing of beauty when you study these 2 does. I think ideally for us to get them up any higher, we can maybe just add a shot more length and maybe feminine look out of that front end. We could certainly stouten them up in some muscling categories when we look at them and handle them down their top and out of their hip. Maybe just don't transmit quite enough shape and horsepower from a muscling aspect today to get them up any higher. But we love the rib shape, the look through the side, the maternal aspects to their build. I think that's just a pretty solid set of females right there to go out within the top 5 of this class. I think a couple of those that follow suit here are females that have some extra length of side, maybe a little taller at the point of their shoulder and the point of their hip. I think the doe the young lady has up here, you like her from her hooks forward. I think there's one we need to change her at the top of her pelvis, broaden her from in her pin set, see her set out a little square at the top side of that hip shape, and let it transmit down. all the way down to the ground and more of a correct angulation. I think the young lady, the young kid's doe here that comes next is the same way. She's one that gets a little uncoordinated in her parts and pieces. We could certainly tie her in a little stronger and truer through that chine bone, lend her a little more balance from the side. The next doe in the lineup here is one that gets a little shorter coupled for us. We talk about both ends of her spine. She's good on her feet and legs. I love the squareness that she sets down on those feet and legs with. Maybe just need to elongate her off of both ends of her spine, ideally to get her up any higher. A couple of does that come next. We got a bigger frame doe that's got some more extension, just more uncoordinated in the way that she hits the ground, particularly up there at the top of her shoulder all the way down through that knee and front end. I think a doe that comes next is one that you admire, the rib shape, the mass, the sheer volume and dimension that you see. Just need to freshen her up in her overall conditioning today to really rival what we see at the top end of the class.
Once again, congratulations to all of our winners. Once again, here in first place was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma on 4L Boer Goats, Sharps, and in second place was Matty Boyd from Sweetwater, Texas on BGR Blue Gainies Gypsy. In third place, Ashley Roll from Lebanon, Oregon on ACFF Culver Family Farm, Paisley. In fourth place was Avery Fisher from Wiley, Texas on WKB Walking K Boomin' Hot. In fifth place was Madison Fenton from Tushy, Washington on Maddie Lost My Marbles. In sixth place was Kaylee Jo Jones from Merkel, Texas on MFR1 Amy Farrah Haller. In seventh place was Ariana Lundgren from Jackson, California on JJL Only Prettier. In eighth place was Teresa Westmugget from Hera, Oklahoma on Twist Rocket Power. In ninth place was Elijah Merrill from Lakeville, Indiana on MFR1 Jazz Hands. And finally, in 10th place was Billy Hubler from Chelsea, Oklahoma on HH99 Malibu Sunset. And once again, our ribbon sponsor for that class was Lucky J Family Goats.
Once again, if we have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, we're now showing for this grand champion in our junior part of our percentage does. So this will be your final call for that class 4. Those 16 months of age, final call, class 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now showing for our grand champion in the junior side of our percentage does. And once again, I'd like to introduce our competitors to you at this time. Coming out of Class 1A, your first place winner was Nicole Hobby from Houston, California. And in second place was Seth Goodwin from Lewisburg, West Virginia. Coming out of that Class 1B, your first winner was Matthew Westfall from Cable, Ohio. And in second place was Ron and Chris Dreyer out of Guernsey, Iowa. Coming out of Class 1C, your first place winner was Bailey Burnham from Terre Haute, Indiana. And in second place was Buck and Natalie Pruitt from Aztec, New Mexico. And finally, again, here coming out of Class D, your first place winner was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma. And in second place was Matty Boyd from Sweetwater, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and encourage these competitors. We name our grand champion, junior percentage doe.
once again, if we have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your final call. Once again, in case you didn't hear that earlier, final call, class 4, 12 to 16 months.
Sure to get to talk the junior percentage champion drive here today, and it's a pleasure to sort goats when you have this many goats that are this good. I can just tell you it's a lot of fun, and get down to this level where they're all class winners. The class was fun enough, and then you're talking about 4 really good ones on the side and 4 really good ones there on the other side. Let's give them all a hand for bringing out 8 really fine junior does today. In our mind, all these does are really complete, or they wouldn't have won such large classes. There's a lot of good things, and it's fun to get down to the nitpicky differences among them at this stage of the game. They're all sound structured. They all got a nice look to them. They all are skeletally, just pretty good, and we can pick apart some really tiny things at this point that we like better or worse about one or the other, but all of them are really nice. We feel that of these 4, there's one that's just a little more complete than the rest. She has a nice, fresh appearance to her, a really nice, eye-appealing look to her, handles with a hardness and a freshness that maybe the other ones don't, combines that with a sound structure. She's just the most complete doe here today. That's going to be the young lady's doe right in front of me here. She's going to be your champion.
And your grand champion, that's Bailey Bergholm from Terre Haute, Indiana. Now, Buck and Natalie Pruitt from Aztec, New Mexico will pull over for our reserve grand.
And again, as we pull this red doe into her spot, I don't think we lose anything at all in terms of quality. That red doe is definitely in contention for reserve with these 4 out here today. Just a ton of muscle in her. But as we discussed, who is going to be the champion today, the other one that we discussed the most was this young doe that came out of the first class today. She's going to be a reserve champion.
And your reserve grand is Nicole Hobby from Houston, California. Just like to make a quick announcement here. There again, every once in a while we have a major announcement, and I know this is when we're eating, it's always a major announcement, but just like to let you know that we're starting our yearling classes. There are class 4, 5, and 6, 3 classes. We're going to do all 3 classes in the yearling drive and the grand and reserve grand drive, and then we will break for lunch. So in other words, we're going to do 3 more classes, have a grand drive, and then we'll break for lunch. And I'll make the announcement in the back as well.
Once again, if I could have all of our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, just kind of a major announcement here on timing for today. Just to let you know that we are now bringing in this class for first class of 3 in the yearling division. We're going to show all 3 classes, 4, 5, and 6, and have the grand and reserve grand drive in the yearling, and then we will break for lunch. Once again, we're going to show all the yearlings, all 3 classes, class 4, 5, 6, have the grand and reserve grand drive in the yearling division, and then break for lunch. Also, if we could have all of our ABGA members' attention back in the barn, if you are in the sales talk competition, I wanted to let you know that that starts at 11 o'clock. Once again, the sales talk will start at 11 o'clock and will run through lunch. It is located over in the sheep barn over on the east end. They have the rooms there available. So once again, the sales talk competition for our ABGA members will start at 11 o'clock, will run through lunch, and is held over at the sheep barn.
Ladies and gentlemen, now coming to the ring is our first class in our yearling division. This is class 4. Those does from 12 to 16 months of age, should be 37 in the class. Also, kind of a quick announcement for our ABGA members. You know, we had to reschedule our sales talk because we were running late last night. That sales talk competition for our ABGA members will start at 11 o'clock. Once again, that sales talk will start at 11 o'clock. It will run through lunch, and they'll be held over in the east end of the sheep barn where we've had several of our competitions before. But once again, the sales talk will start at 11 o'clock, will run through lunch, and held over at the end of the sheep barn.
If I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we're missing a couple here in this class 4, the 12 to 16-month-old. We're missing Aaron Yoakum from Bainbridge, Ohio on entry 35, and we're missing Kylie Stanley from Wiley, Texas on entry 1982. Once again, we need Aaron Yoakum from Bainbridge, Ohio, and Kylie Stanley from Wiley, Texas. We need those 2 individuals in the show ring at this time.
All right, just kind of a couple of quick announcements. We have a correction. For all of our kids that are involved with the sales talk. They have moved where they're going to hold that at. Okay, if you're involved in that sales talk competition, starts at 11 o'clock. All of the juniors, if you're in the sales talk in the junior division, you're going to be over here at Pitt Kimmer's table, over here to my left, here in the show arena. So once again, we're moving all that out of the sheep barn. It's all going to be held here in the sheep barn, or excuse me, in the show barn area. So once again, all of the juniors will meet and do their presentation over at Pitt Kimmer's booth right over here to my left. And then all the intermediate and seniors, there's some tables in the back corner and they will be set up there. So once again, change of venue, but once again, that sales talk competition starts at 11 o'clock and the juniors will go over here to Pitt Kimmer's booth, and then the intermediate and senior will go over here some tables in the back corner over on the east wall. We'll make that announcement in the back as well. Also, while our judge is making a final decision, just to let you know that the office has asked us if you are interested in buying a banquet ticket, a meal ticket for tomorrow night. They're needing to know and have those done here by noon so they can have a count for our caterers. So those tickets are $10. So if you'd like to purchase a ticket for the banquet, for the meal tomorrow night at the awards and the auction, all that going on tomorrow, those are $10, and you need to go buy those by noon today.
Once again, if I could have our sales talk exhibitors, our JABGA members, let's talk. All of you that are doing the sales talk today at 11 o'clock, there's been a change of venue. So what we're going to do, because it got some temperature issues and it gets a little hot over in that sheep barn, if you are in the junior division and giving a sales talk, you will be going over to Pitt Kimmer's table here in the show arena. All of those have been moved to the show arena. So once again, juniors will go over to Pitt Kimmer's table, and then all the intermediate and seniors will go to some tables that are set up back over on the east wall. So once again, the change of venue, but it still starts at 11 o'clock and we'll go through lunch. Also, one other final announcement. If you are wanting to purchase a banquet ticket for our banquet and awards presentation and auction tomorrow night, that again Thursday night, they're needing to have a count by noon today. So if you would like to purchase a ticket, they're $10. You need to pick those up in the office. But please, once again, if you're interested in going to the banquet tomorrow night, please drop by the office and pick up your ticket by noon today.
Exhibitors on the outside of the arena may be excused. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank these exhibitors for their participation today.
Once again, if I get our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your first call for Class 5. That's 16 to 20-month-old division. First call, Class 5. Once again, if we have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, this will be your final call for Class 5. That's 16 to 20-month-old division. Final call, Class 5.
our judges making final decisions. As you know, we have several different types of sponsorships here at our 2018 ABGA. We talked a lot of those sponsorships so the last 3 days with the JABGA. We also have table sponsors that we'll recognize a little bit later in the day. But also one of the things we have is what we call end cap sponsors out in the different barns. Our breeders pay additional fees for those end caps, and they have banners and probably all kinds of things that they advertise there. And they provide extra financial incentive to the ABGA. It goes back to the show and to our kids. I'd like to recognize some of those end cap sponsors. We have Urban Shavana, I have Christy and Jeff Gibbs. This is over in the cattle barn, BMAC Farms. We have Derek, Sheila, Michael, and Michaela Weatherall. Have Paul and Cynthia and Philip Graff. Terry and Sue Taylor. We have Janet Morak-Zuski. We have Lee and Sharon Dana. Kenneth and Patricia Moats. Aaron and Denise Crabtree. Have Tyler Van Voorst. Also Michelle O'Brien, Scott Weber, and Dakota Ash. Also Billy Ashburn and Mark Belton. Have Megan and Kenny Elwood. Have Bill, Sue Christie, and Rebecca Hobby. We have Joshua and Sally Kerr. Maurice and Kim Irwin, Cameron Douglas and Bonine, also Thomas and Jackie Redden and Ike Redden, Paul and Kim Morgan. And over here in the sheep barn, we have Shane Kim and Caden Merriman, Kenneth Beatty, Amy Sharmer, Austin Pagel, Cindy Price Westfall, Jason and Catherine Klug, Kathy and Katie Deemer, and Don and Tracy Diefenbach, and Ryan and Tisha Diefenbach. Once again, these are all what we call in-cap sponsors. We appreciate their financial support. Once again, all that helps to run our 2018 ABGA National Show. Also, just like to do a little bit of catching up. Just a few minutes ago, you may remember we had our Grand Champion Junior Drive for that Grand Champion Doe. The Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion were sponsored by Southern Revival Farms. Once again, helping provide the trophies and the banners, all those different things throughout that class. But once again, appreciation to our sponsors, and in particular here for our Grand and Reserve Grand, Southern Revival Farms.
We've got a really heck of a set of yearling does out here, in our opinion. We're going to start the class off with a doe that we feel like is a pretty easy class winner. Are we going to get this doe is absolutely perfect? No. We'd like to pull a little bit of weight off this doe, but this is a doe that's just too hard to get around. She's as complete as we can make one. To me, she's very three-dimensional. When I say three-dimensional, she's, no matter which angle you're looking at her, gorgeous on profile from the tip of her nose through the shape of her head. She's got enough extension in the third to really show that she's a female. I love the way she ties in through the shoulders and the top line. Absolute enormous hip on her from hooks to pins. Beautiful profile. Large volume deep in her foreflank, plenty of depth in the rear flank. But again, we like to pull just a little bit of weight off that doe to make her even better. She's so good, she doesn't necessarily need it. She can win on her own merits. But she's still the best doe in the class. And she's not excessively obese by any means. If she was, we wouldn't have her up there. But a really nice made female. A doe in second that I think follows her very, very closely in type and kind. A doe that's not quite as extended in the front third as what the doe ahead of her is. If we could stretch her out in that head and neck a little bit, I think she would give that doe ahead of her just a little bit better run for her money. But I love the loin on this doe. Extremely heavy loined, heavy muscled, tight feeling muscle on that doe. Again, good length of body, proportionally balances up very well. Just a really nice made female. Just didn't have quite the extension and quite the overall power and volume that the doe that won the class did. The doe in third is a doe that we really love the shape of this doe from the tip of her nose all the way through her head and horn set. I love the way that nice, elegant head and neck on her. I like the way she carries herself. We just don't see as much of this doe as what we do the two does ahead of her. We really appreciate the condition this doe is in right now. We'd like to maybe make her just a little bit longer bodied and just a little bit overall size and scale compared to the two does ahead of her. But that doe is very, very complete and really hard to find any other holes in her other than that. This doe with the red spot in her back is a really nice made female here, a doe that I love the head and neck on this doe. I love the extension. I love the femininity and stretch she's got on her. I love the way she ties in through the top line, a doe that just didn't have quite the rear third that we feel like she needed compared to the does ahead of her. But you really appreciate the balance and the length of body she's got on her. Really stout-made female. This next doe is another doe that's, you appreciate the breed character. I love that big, thick bottom jaw she's got on her. I like the extension. This doe, we just like to kind of stretch her out a little bit more. She's a little shorter bodied. Overall size and scale is a little bit smaller than what some of the other does were. But what you see is what you get. She's a little shallower in her foreflank. Doesn't have quite the length we talked about of the overall middle third as the does ahead of her. But she's heavy muscled. We'd like to just maybe extend her out just a little bit in length of body and give her a little more power compared to the does ahead of her. This next doe here is a doe that we really, really like this doe on profile. She was one we really had up there higher in the ranks, but when you really start to study her, she just gives up from across the rump, from stifle to stifle. She gives up some width and power through that rear third. But, man, I love the breed character and the head and horn set about her. I like the front third on her. I like the way she stands out on the corners. Love the body on her. If we can make her a little wider across the rump, I think that's a doe that definitely can move up a few spots and possibly even challenge for the overall. She's that good. Really nice made female. The next doe, this big dark Cape doe, is a doe that gets a little bit waistier. She's got a little bit more of a waist in that brisket chest floor area. You appreciate the overall volume and stoutness she's got on her. A little bit steeper from hooks to pins than the does ahead of her. Didn't have quite the top line the other does did, but, man, you really got to appreciate the broodiness about her, the overall power and volume this doe's got. Just didn't have quite the does, quite what the does ahead of her did. This dark-headed doe here's a doe that we really like the shape of her. She's just a doe that kind of gets out horse. She's a little shallower in the heart girth area. Doesn't have quite the length of body the does ahead of her did. A little bit shorter hooks to pins, but a really nice doe. Just like to see a little more of her for her to be able to move up again. This next doe is another doe that's beautiful on profile. Just when you get in front of her and behind her, she gives up a little bit of width and power through the chest floor and all the way through the hocks. When she tracks out, she's just a little narrower made than what some of these other does were. It's kind of the same thing for this next doe, this dark Cape doe here. Ultra feminine doe. I love the stretch and look to her. Not as clean fronted as what some of the other does were. A little sharper in her hip structure. Doesn't have quite the rump on her from hooks to pins that the does ahead of her did, but you really appreciate the length of body and the overall elegance about her. And that's very similar to what we have in the last hole here. Another doe that's just very feminine, very stretched out. Just gets out horse a little bit. Doesn't have quite the power that the other does did above her, but overall another excellent class of yearling does. Congratulations.
The results in our Class 4 in our 12 to 16-month-old division. In first place was Haley O'Brien from Fort Myers, Florida, on So How About Tea. In second was Clint Dimmitt from Bridgeport, Texas, on 3BTF Blue Top Farm 3 Tierras JE. In third place was Piper Fisher from Hominy, Oklahoma, on TKGB Among the Stars. In fourth place was Justin Stewart from Sweetwater, Texas, CGJT Gibbs Encore. In fifth place was Kenzie Glennie from Blackwell, Oklahoma, on SLKY So Be It. In sixth place was Cole McNear from Runnels, Iowa, on K2R She's All That. In seventh place was Sharon and Bill Fullerton out of Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania, on LGF3 Summer Rain. In eighth place was Ashley Rolls from Lebanon, Oregon, on FTHLS Jailbird. In ninth place was Neil and Melissa Love out of Lancaster, California, on LVNM Lovenham Snap. And finally, in 10th place was Jared Lindenfelser from Eric, Oklahoma, on 4L Boer Goats Radiant Smoke. Now coming in the arena is our Class 5. Those from 16 to 20 months of age. Should be 41 in the class.
I could have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. We are missing a couple of individuals. We need Cheyenne Kenny or Holbert Williams from on entry 2021. And we also need Matthew Westfall from Cable, Ohio on entry 1575. We need those two individuals here in the 16 to 20 month old division. Once again, we need Matthew Westfall from Cable, Ohio on entry 1575. And then we need Williams, Herbert, that'd be Kenny and Cheyenne from Cairo, Nebraska on entry 2021. We need those individuals in the show ring at this time.
Also, while we're waiting, just like to remind you that if you're interested in purchasing a banquet ticket for tomorrow night, the cost of those is $10. You can pick those up at the office, pay for them there, but once again, they're trying to get a accurate count for our caterers for tomorrow night. So if you would please, if you are interested in buying a banquet ticket, please go by the office and pick those up before 12 o'clock today.
Have our exhibitors attend back in the barn. Just to let you know, as an FOI, two things. First of all, I'd like to remind everyone that if you're going to purchase a ticket on Thursday night, once again, a great event, the cost of that is $10. Need to do that by noon today, so we'll have an accurate count for our caterer. So once again, if you're interested in purchasing a ticket for the banquet on Thursday night, please drop by the office before 12 o'clock. You got about 30 more minutes. Go purchase those tickets. Also, an FYI, so far as we have all of the full blood sheets posted over on the window. Excuse me, we have the juniors, to be the junior portion of the full bloods posted over on the window. There are several classes there broken up into that junior division and the full blood side. But once again, all of the sheets for the juniors and the full blood are posted over on the window. You can look at those at any time.
We made the announcement back out in the back, but just like to make it here as well. For those of you that have entries in the full-blood junior part of the full-blood does, those are posted over on the windows in the show office. So once again, there are several classes in that junior part of the full-blood does, but those are posted over on the windows in the show office. Those are ready to view. exhibitors on the outside of the ring may be excused this time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank these exhibitors for their participation in our show this year. Well, while our judge is going back and making our decision here, let's go back to our silent auction items. I'd like to let you know a couple more items we've got back there. We have a 1 day of custom fitting service. That's by Amy Sharmer. We also have a judging fee. Jason, we have the following judges all donated a judging fee. We have Jason Brashear, Catherine Riley, Scott Pruitt, and Josh Taylor all have donated a judging fee as one of the silent auction items. We have a show pig credit. That's by Kimmel Show Pigs. You can get some blade sharpening done. That's by K&P Sharpening. We have a Kentucky barbecue box by Paul and Kim Morgan. I have a barbed wire wreath and a car survival kit by that's Hyde Farm. We have a cord reel with plug-ins. That's from the Good Ones. We have 2 mugs. That's Robert and Karen Washington. Prina Acres, they're donating several shirts. We have a Gray National Show sweatshirt, both a small and large. We have a medium. Also have some large and extra large. So lots of shirts there that's going to be up for the silent auction. Also have an ABGA license plate. Have some gray t-shirt with a goat design. That's AM Boer Goats. And have a hanging feeder with a bag of feed. That's SD End of School Year Blowout Meat Goat Show. So once again, lots of neat items, all against the east wall here in Show Arena. Go down and check them out. Put that bid in. Once again, all of our money goes towards our JABGA. Once again, while our judges are making final decisions, just to let you know that currently we have 81 people that are actually viewing this competition live through the website, and that number is only going to increase as the time goes on. But in case you haven't heard, you may be just joining us, that you can go to the website. You can watch all of this live, hear all the results from the judges, hear all the different information. Great chance for some of the breeders back home to kind of see how maybe some of the does or the bucks they've got showing here, how they're doing. Also a great way from grandma and grandpa to see the kids show. Once again, go to the website. You can go to Livestock Buyer. Once again, that's the broadcasting link, and their deal is on the Facebook page. So go to Livestock Buyer, go to their Facebook page, and you can pick it up from there. Or you can go to the their website and go to the YouTube page. Once again, that's the ABGA Association, their website, and go to the YouTube page. Both sites will get you on. So once again, give everybody a call, tell them to watch live. But once again, that number is increasing every day. And once again, we appreciate that from our sponsor standpoint and from the ABGA as a whole. Also, just kind of like to go back, we completed that class just a few minutes ago, and they're on that 12 to 16 month percentage does. The ribbons were sponsored by 4CK Boer Goats. That's Carl and Kenneth Ricketts. And the buckle for that class was sponsored by Lowe's Pellets and Grain.
Like to have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn. This will be your first call for Class 6. Those does from 20 to 24 months of age. First call, Class 6. Once again, I would have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn. This will be your final call for Class 6. Those from 20 to 24 months of age. Final call, Class 6.
Once again, fun class to sort through. Really close decision among these top 3 does with some differences among them. We wound up going with the doe. Checking tattoos. So the doe we're going to win the class with, we just feel is the most complete. I guess the one knock in her is when she's on the stand for a long period of time, she wants to start to drop that top a little bit. But when you get her on the move, she really comes together, gets that skeleton more organized, tracks out pretty wide and square from behind. More importantly, she's setting down on a good substance of bone. She's more right in her condition, more right in her fill than the doe we have in second. A lot of things we really like about the doe in second. And I think if her condition and her fill had been set a little better, that doe would be really hard to get around in this class. I like the length of side that this doe has. She combines that with a lot of width through that chest floor. She combines that with a long level top line. So that doe in my mind is maybe more of a breeding piece. It's her fill and her condition that throw her a little off balance today and why she winds up in second. Red doe in third. We love the rib, the capacity that this girl has. Like to see her set down on a little more substance of bone, and part of that is I think these red goats just don't have the hair coat that some of the white goats have, especially on their legs, so it makes them look a little finer made, maybe a little smaller footed than some of the white goats do. But just in terms of overall broodiness, depth of rib, expansion to that center portion of her rib cage, combined with a really nice look from a profile, strong, long level top line, really nice doe here. She wants to turn that right rear hock in quite a bit when she gets on the move and she's walking away from you. Fix that. Again, it's another doe that's fighting for the top end of this class. So 3 really nice does. Doe we wind up with in fourth, a doe that's really nice, particularly in her front 2/3. Yeah, she's just a very sound, functional kind of doe. Doesn't quite have the muscle shape as you get around behind her. Gets a little steeper out of that hip, a little shorter in her hip structure, not quite as long and level as the 3 does that were up above her, but a nice doe with some nice muscle shape, nice width chest, particularly through the front 2/3 of her body. The doe we wind up with next, you really appreciate her stoutness. She is a big-footed, stout-made girl with a lot of volume to her, with a lot of just overall muscle dimension to her. Just would like to extend that front end, make her a little longer, more feminine, cleaner throughout that head and neck. But a doe you appreciate from the profile for being stout-made, long and level down that top line. A doe that comes up next, a doe that's really fresh in terms of her appearance. You appreciate her for that. Not quite as expanded and rounded in that rib cage, particularly in her forerib. A doe that really gets steep and short out of that hip, particularly when she's on the move. She gets a little straighter in that hock. Doesn't quite completely fill her stride, but a doe you appreciate for her eye appeal, for her smoothness of shoulder and femininity through that front end. The doe we wind up with next, a doe that's really long-bodied. You can appreciate her for being feminine in terms of her pattern from a profile, long and extended. Just not quite enough width, not quite enough power to get any higher today. And the does that we have behind her are kind of the same. A doe that we like the front end of, just doesn't have enough muscle shape when you get around behind her. Young man's doe that winds up 9th today. We really appreciate the smoothness of her appearance, the width and stoutness that she has, just not quite enough flex in those rear hocks to get up any higher today. The red doe we wound up pulling in 10th. Again, we like her freshness. We like her sharpness of appearance. Just a doe that doesn't quite have enough muscle shape when you get around behind her, particularly in terms of depth of twist. But a nice class all the way through, particularly on the front end. Let's give them a hand for bringing out 3 very nice does and all the way through the class.
The results in our Class 5, in first place was Madeline Curdy from Bloomington, Indiana, on RBMG Annabelle. In second place was Samuel Lorena from Lipan, Texas, on ROR1 Party Girl. In third place was Bailey Bergherm from Terre Haute, Indiana, on WF91 Red Wine. Okay, we're going to take a time out here just a second.
Exhibitor's attention back in the barn. We're short 1 in this 20 to 24-month-old division. We need Emma Rethens from Patterson, California on entry 1620. Emma Rethens from Patterson, California, 1620. We need your doe in the show arena at this time.
In fourth place, we have Teresa Westmucket from Hara, Oklahoma on T West Aurora. In fifth place was James E. and Sheila Smith from Meadville, Missouri on SNSD Red Oaks Tiffany. In sixth place was Travis Levings from Okeen, Oklahoma on 2M Boer Goats Sophie. Seventh place again was Teresa Westmucket from Hara, Oklahoma on T West Juliet. In eighth place, Jacob Weiss from Middleburg, Pennsylvania on JW19 Hot Hooves, You're Knocking, and we don't have the rest of that, I apologize. In ninth place was Tanner Danke from Idaville, Indiana on TJD7 D2 Boer Goats Adele. And finally in 10th place, we have Kenneth and Patricia Moats out of Leona, Tennessee on XHMD Honey Badger Don't Care. Ladies and gentlemen, now in the arena is our final class here in our yearling division. This is class 6. Those does from 20 to 24 months of age should be 6 in the class.
We have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn. We're on class 6, that 20 to 24 month age group. This class won't take us long to finish this up. So we're going to go ahead and make that first call. If you had first or second in classes 4 or 5, you need to be moving to the holding area at this time. Once again, if you had a first or class 4 or class 5, you need to be moving to the holding area at this time.
Once again, as kind of a reminder here that upon completion of this class, we'll be inviting back our first and second places in class 4 and 5 as we get ready to show for our grand and reserve grand in the yearling division here in our percentage does. Then we will take a 1-hour lunch break. Also during that 1 hour, I'd like to remind you that the ABGA is hosting a meeting here in the show arena area up in the bleachers to discuss and have input about the age change. They'll be in the bleachers up here to my right. But once again, that will happen over lunch. So whether you're a junior or an adult, you would like to have an opinion, input on that part of that decision as it will be made by the membership later in the year. We'd like to have your input while you're here. So once again, that will be happening when we break for lunch.
Once again, if we have our exhibitors' attention back in the barn, we're just about ready to wrap up this final class 6 here in our yearling drive. So this will be your final call. If you had a first or second place in classes 4, you need to be in the holding area at this time.
While our judges once again making this final decision here, just like to let you know, we have a sponsor here in Grand Island, Nebraska. It's got a brand new sponsor because we're here. It's called Tommy Gunn's Bistro. It's located right over here, the other side of the fairgrounds. A great place to eat. Several people have already been there, but they are a sponsor. They also have a takeout that you can do. They've got an order. I've got an order deal right up here. If you'd like to order lunch or something like that, we'll deliver the food. We got the guy right back over here. Let's give him a round of applause. Brand new sponsor here in Grand Island, Nebraska. Thank you. We appreciate that. So you can get an order and they will deliver it over here to Kenny Elwood's booth right over here at Kenny's Killer Jerky. So once again, we appreciate that brand new sponsor and sponsor here in Grand Island. Thank you, sir.
Well, as we work through our last class in our yearling division here, we get into these 20 to 24 month coming 2-year-old does. And, we've only got the 5 out here, but I think a lot of similarities, a lot of good things from quality pieces that you can see within these females. They got some disappointment out here amongst these 5. And I think with the level of competition, there's going to evidently be a little bit of disappointment with where a couple of them placed, but I think a top trio of does that are ultra competitive and pretty intriguing to really get out here and analyze and look at them and start to really, put them against one another. And I think the doe that ultimately come up here to the forefront of the class for us is the young man's Cape Doe there. I think she's just one that's pretty fault-free, pretty complete, combines the most good in terms of length of side, length of front end, how structurally correct she is on her feet and legs. You look at the angulation out of her shoulder, and yet still that wide through her chest floor, and that's really exceptional in my mind. Love the body shape in through that center 1/3. Love the sweep to her underline. You get around behind her. She certainly opens up wide enough at the top of her pelvis and transitions a lot of muscle shape down low and such a full and nature that really it's really hard to put a big hole within this one from any aspect and any angle. We appreciate the doe here in the second spot. I think here's one that's pretty unique in her build. I love the fact that she's just got a ton of shape, ton of meat and muscle packed down that top line, and yet she still has enough refinement and feminine look out of that front end. Maybe we could extend her out of that front 1/3, elevate her ever so slightly through that chest floor and let that neck tie in just a little higher at the bottom side of that base to it to really rival and see some balance and style that you have in the doe that wins the class. I think here's an awful doe that you can do a lot with in a breeding program. Just put the right buck on her and look out on down the road. I think one that really comes nicely from the side is the doe here in the third spot. I think upon initial the first look that we had on her, our initial impression was that this one was going to come up here to the top end of the class. And I think once you start to really analyze the way that she's built through her front end assembly, she doesn't hook up quite right behind the back side of her shoulder and scapula. She doesn't have quite the flex to that first and second rib, and not near the muscle shape that you would expect her to have from that 13th rib on back. Set her into motion, turn her loose off the chain. She wants to bust up at the top of that scapula. She gets a little looser made throughout. Maybe just doesn't handle herself with quite the authority and flexibility and athleticism that some of the ones that are in front of her had. I just think basically we could just change more things about her than what we had in the top two, but an awful good trio to go out in the front of this class. I think the doe that comes next, the young man has, really is pretty good in her own right. She's no slouch herself. I think on the side, we really like this one. I think she balances up quite nicely. You look at the extension off of both ends of her spine, how strong and true she is at the top side of her body cavity. I think we could just power her up as we work our way down in through some of those muscle transitions. We could just maybe clean her up through that front 1/3, crack her open through that chest floor, and just lend her a little more mass and base throughout the underside of those of that body cavity. And then the young lady's Cape Doe that comes next is one. It's got some functional aspects to her build. Love the feet and leg design, the circumference and the size and the shape to her foot. Maybe gets a little plainer in the way that she's put together. She pushes out a little more chest floor, maybe gets a little off in through that hip. Just doesn't come together quite as squarely as the rest of the does within the class. But good group of those females to round out that division. Let's give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Good job. Once again, congratulations. In first place was Ryan Throckmorton from LaSalle, Colorado on JRSG Last Call F616. In second place was Sydney Beatty from Loveland, Colorado on SAKB Harper. In third place was Belton Billy Mark Ashburn from King, North Carolina on 10H Catch the Momentum. In fourth place was also Belton Billy Mark Ashburn from King, North Carolina on Newton Farms American Baby. And finally in fifth place was Joe and Candia Cross from Princeville, Oregon on Maddie A. Night in Paris. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now showing for our grand champion in yearling division. Once again, I'd like to introduce our competitors to you at this time. Coming out of class 4, your first place winner was Haley O'Brien from Fort Myers, Florida. And in second place was Clint Dimmitt from Bridgeport, Texas. Coming out of class 5, your first place winner was Madeline Curdy from Bloomington, Indiana. And second place was Samuel Lorena from Lipan, Texas. And finally here in class 6, your first place winner was Ryan Throckmorton from LaSalle, Colorado. And in second place was Sydney Beatty from Loveland, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, encourage the exhibitors, and we name our grand champion in the yearling and our percentage does. Just like to do a little bit of catching up while our judges are making their decision here. Go back when we had our percentage, our 16 to 20, that ribbon sponsor was Kicking H Boars. And here in this last class, our 20 to 24 month, that was Bass Livestock Nutrition. Once again, we'll be naming our grand and reserve grand here in the yearling. Those trophies and the ribbons, everything, the banners are all sponsored by Lowe's Pellets and Grain.
All right, folks, let's give these 6 exhibitors another big round of applause. There are only 6 does that are representing the yearling division that we've seen all day today. So there's a lot of goats that have left the ring, either in classes or left the ring that didn't make it all the way to the drive. But in my personal opinion, and I think all 3 of our personal opinions, all 6 of these are good representatives of a Boer goat. And I say Boer goat, I don't care if it's percentage or full blood. These are all good representatives of what we're looking for. And whether you want to judge them from the ground up and you want to look at the structure of the feet and legs, I think all 6 of these are as correct as you can make one. These 3 on this first place line over here are all standing on really good feet and bone. They've all got some great things about them. There's some things we change all the way from the younger one to the middle one to the older one. There's some tweaks we would like to make, but when you study these 3 and you're trying to figure out, what's going to be your grand, you've got to pick one. We feel like, and we have a pretty consensus here amongst all 3 of us, that we've got a pretty easy winner, in our opinion. A doe that is extremely complete in the way she's put together. She's the one that I call 3-dimensional. In other words, whatever angle you're looking at, you never really see an angle that you would like to change something. She's got good width of chest floor from the front side. She's got plenty of extension and elegance in the front end, not over elegant by any means. She's beautiful in her top line. She's very well put together. She's packed full of muscle. She still carries plenty of depth of body. And again, just a very complete doe that's really hard to get around. In our personal opinion, and I get to be the one to make the call on it. But I think all 3 of our general consensus, all 3 of us agree, this young doe right here is going to be our yearling champion.
And your grand champion comes out of that class 4. That's Haley O'Brien from Fort Myers, Florida. Now, Clint Dimmitt from Bridgeport, Texas will pull over for our reserve grand.
But we pull that second doe over to fill the hole that we just used for yearling grand, and I think we have an extremely comparable made female doe that is extremely heavy muscled, really hard muscle through her loin, very just thick made, heavy bone, standing on good feet and legs. A doe that we like to give her just a little more extension in the front third to follow more closely to what we used as grand. And then when you reevaluate these 3 now for reserve, I think the doe that, again, we're in agreement on, that most closely follows what we use for grand champion. A very complete made female, plenty of depth of body, stands on good feet and bone, got plenty of elegance about her. The doe that we're going to use as our yearling reserve is going to be this middle doe here.
And your reserve grand comes out of class 5. That's Madeline Curdy out of Bloomington, Indiana. If I could have everybody's attention just now, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. It is 12:15. We're going to take a 45-minute lunch break, and we'll make this announcement back in the barn. Our goal is to start back at 1 o'clock. Once again, we've got that JABGA meeting with their input about the age change. That's going to be happening over here to my right in the east end of our arena. Also, the Skillathon contest is, not the Skillathon, but our talk is going on. Want to finish that up as well over the lunch hour too. But once again, it is approximately 12:15. We will be back here and starting at 1 o'clock.
If I could have our exhibitor's attention back in the barn, we just finished that grand reserve. We're going to take about a 45-minute lunch break. We will start that class 9-6 at 1 o'clock. Again, our goal is to start that class 9, 24 to 36-month-old group, first group in that senior division or percentage does, start back at 1 o'clock. Also like to remind everyone, if you're interested in our JABGA meeting, we're going to be